his eloquence and advocacy, Professor Agarwal has addressed critical issues in innovation, quality education, public services, and information technology, all aimed at fostering the development of society. So, we cordially invite you to address our audience.
Good morning, friends. My dear friend, brother, Par Excellence Academic Secretary, Honorable Vice Chancellor of the University, Saran sir, Major General Patiji, more importantly, Farid, because of her we are here, delegates, faculty of the university, young students, invitees. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to be here today to speak on a subject which I think nobody else what Kiki said could have been explained. My task will become difficult after this always happens. He speaks and then I find it difficult. So let's see. It has some very important issues that ICT is a thread which runs through all the three words which have been used. And therefore I appropriately thought I would call this topic an enabler, which we know already that yes, it is. But the way I look at it, but before I do that, let me put my appreciation for the achievement of the Institute, the School of Engineering and Technology. In such a short time, we have such attainment is enormously hard work, commitment of the faculty, and desire of young students to excel. They are attracting funds which many established institutions are not able to do. So leadership matters. In arranging a conference on a similar topic to make it more relevant, established is not very easy. I remember people will call first conference international when it stopped. To have a conference running for 4 times is a big achievement. And every time I learn that the number of people submitting their research work is large. The topic is interesting. It interests researchers, but interests people like me. And I look at things very differently. Each of you know all these 3 terms, I have no doubt about it. But the way one should look at it, it is an idea which I want to bring into that each word must fire the imagination of a young mind who is here. That what we can do, and coming out of that, what is that is possibility. Very simple. Digital India is nothing new. 2015, the present government has started working on it. And since then, today, as Professor Agarwal said, we are already digitized everywhere. Some examples. But if you read these lines, each line must challenge you to do something. For example, do I create infrastructure? What infrastructure would you like to have? You mentioned about IT. IT does not flow in air. There has to be a network there. There has to be a system. And to run that system and to manage that system, to have quality, to have energy safety, is each of the people want. And I remember when I was director at Gwalior, people were working at that time more on the networks. If you are talking about IT, how to create networks and how to make speed faster so that whatever you want to communicate reaches to you quickly. Then added to that, that not only reaches you quickly, it must be reached in the way manner I sent when you receive the thing. Now it's a big challenge. And depending on the kind of information you share, the challenge become multiple. You remember in the last 3 years, the government is talking of the information security. When you talk about AI, then everyone is connected, and there are experts sitting in IoT. And it's a question that when everything is connected, how secure you are. So issue therefore is Would you like to do research to make the infrastructure less costly, more reliable, and less energy consumption? So that's the first task which I thought. But please also understand the word that each thing which you do in digital India is meant for citizen India. So ICT focus per se, whatever application you think must contribute towards quality of life to the city. And therefore, second says it is to deliver governance and services on demand. If you make a own list of demands, then in the country make a list of demand, you can draw 1,000 demands which are common. Would you like to develop all those demands? I'll show you that the government of India has created lots of platforms on which many demands are met. But demands are always unending. So question there would be, will you be satisfying demand or will you satisfy the basic needs? There is a demand today that I must be entertained. And Professor Agarwal said very rightly that somebody, while sweeping your home, listening music continuously, utilizing energy and resources, and not concentrating, because all of us are under Napoleon, that you could do three things together. Most of the human minds can only work two things. So if I listen to music and get entertained, my efficiency work goes down. So point therefore is that do my application be created for on demand. Demand never ends. You can create demand for everything. Today, if I have the best phone, still I will need some better phone. If I have a good pen to write, I will not write anything, but I still write a better pen. The question is till your needs are met. The dialogue in the country has to happen. That we must be satisfying only the needs. The demands can never be met. And if you try to plan demands, whether it is in ICT, it will never be met. So please try to educate your mind that demand has to be met. And these demands should empower the citizen. It empower you. If you are an empowered person, satisfied person, society get empowered and people do a wonderful job. You remember Corona taught us something very different. Many professors who always thought that if I teach in the class 40 minutes, that is the only way the teaching could be done. And suddenly Corona changed everything. We were in front of a machine, somebody is talking, I am listening, and comprehension of what he said through the machine, not through him. And you remember, when he speaks, like I speak today, I have gestures, I have my own methods of communication. Even those were missing. The learning did occur. So therefore, the ICT for digital world should work for priority needs. And as I said, education is one which is important. And he rightly pointed out that when talked about SDG, people pick up SDG 4, but I remember working with three other organizations. We have looked at 11 SDGs are directly connected in which ICT would be utilized, education inputs would be utilized. So all those candidates who are trying to work on research in these areas, it would be as simple as reducing minimum waste. People are working how to manage waste. Firstly, can you reduce minimum waste? Whether it is the normal waste or it is electron waste or it's a nuclear waste, we all know there are challenges. You remember there is a setup in Gujarat where you bring a ship and it should be stripped out. We have the largest facility in the world. And why world didn't help and we could help because we wanted some business to take place. It is so hazardous chemically when you strip out that it affects the health. So don't become a country where because you want to use ICT enormously in a industrial world, don't make yourself a place where nobody wants to come. These are very dangerous things which are playing with. There's a new word which has emerged. People are merging education with skill. What I learned over my life, education is empowerment. It enables you to go ahead. And if ICT can enable me to learn all the time the way I want, I can adapt to any situation. So future learning is adaptability through self-learning where ICT enabled in a digital world. And we all know what is lying in the digital era. Students don't want to come to the class because everything is available there. But the point is, do I still need a facility? Can I, and therefore a new word has emerged called AI. So AI merging with the ICT utilization seems to be replacing faculty. Will it happen? There's a question to be pondered. Third point is another important point. How do we leverage digital technologies to enhance the quality of life? What would be quality of life? Other day I was trying to lecture on AI use for societies. And I bring a dialogue which occurred in Davos CC 2024, January. In one of the executive director mentioned that GDP is not the correct reflection of the growth and development and subsequent demands in this country becoming what is called for people to dump everything here because of exponential. So please mind the word GDP defines the product consumption and the dumping here. She says, after a lot of research across the world, that quality of life is defined in terms of happiness as you feel while you are living your life. But this happiness is a very variable term. Those who look at completely material world, they look at happiness differently. Those who look at the other end of it, completely other end of it, renunciation of the world, happiness is the world. But there is a world in between, where there is an entertainment, there are children, there are families, there are needs, there is a food, there is shelter. So where does the happiness come? Conferences must talk about, not in terms of pure digitization. Does it mean happiness? My phone always works. If in the night it works at 12 o'clock and somebody who never calls me at that time his phone comes, I get worried. That momentary worry, you remember? If your son is abroad and he never calls you at such an odd hour, and you, on that day probably he didn't find time and he calls you 12 o'clock in the night, you become so surprised, worried. Why have an instrumentation? You have happiness. This continuous disturbance by your devices with you. So can I make things better? Since I also part of the UPSC setup, do talk to young candidates. I asked one of the candidates, and you remember what he said? So I keep my mobile on, music on, when I study. Because I want music all the time to my people. Imagine the concentration levels. And when I tried to find out of fourth attempt, she was not selected. I said, make your last attempt. Put your phone off. Tell your mother and father that I will not call you before this time, only at that time. 8 hours, she stopped the phone. Imagine exactly she selected. I'm not saying don't use devices. I'm saying these are distractions. And one has to be careful in utilizing a device of digital world which is available. I'll cite you a number of examples which is possible. Let me look at the next point which is important. This is a very simple slide. It only tells us the 21 data. I checked with the latest data 24, which is only double improvement. I mean, we have moved a lot in ICT. It has reached quite far. But look at the kind of skills we have. So for what are we using? As Professor Agrawal said, good morning said in the morning, 1,000 of it. मेरी पूरी की पूरी लिस्ट में मैंने लगा रखा good morning सबको चला दिया. Look at the multiplier effect. If I have 400 people multiplied by this, multiplied many 400 becomes a gigabyte of data available to be run within 5 minutes of that message. What I do? What simplifications I carry out? There's nothing except that we decide that I'm always good till I say otherwise. When these devices are not there, we will not call on a phone, you remember. Since it is free, I call, WhatsApp is free, do whatever I like. The worst thing which is happening, in one of the disastrous things which happened, if you remember the Egypt war, the change in Egypt, you remember that? It was purely the creation of IT. Applied in Iraq, applied in other countries, today in our nation. I can see effect on both sides. So controlling of these tools for life is very important. But this gap which is visible has to be filled. So one of the important aspects of digital world, when I see it, is to ensure that the relevant skills are given to people, and people are also told that improve your research in such a manner that it becomes more usable to the society at a less cost of energy and less wastage possible. Today, for example, even the cars, Sir has given example of laptop. Look at the car. 15 years must be done. Look at the amount of material used in that car. It's going to become a waste. And I give an example of stripping off a ship. And when I strip off a car and dump the material, earlier days in our country, there was a system in which I could repair and use. So there is a need to create a different skill among people that can I renovate, reassess, and repeat. I think that's possible. Again, this talks about the gender issue, which I will not cover. Approach is very simple. Approach is that all departments of the government, especially government of India, must create ICT infrastructure where both the government of state, the people, and the industry must participate. And you remember, IT was always associated with you, and you mean citizen. Everything to be done to the citizen. At that time, what was the model? Model was Star Trek. We still remember the model. If at all ICT must go to what Star Trek was doing. And you remember, one of the major characters who could do everything was Mr. Stokes. Would you remember that? Mr. Stokes was nothing but a robot. But the difficulty came in another film, and that's why I learned a lot of things from films. One which was made in South with Rajinikanth as an actor, a Robo versus Man. So ICT must create robots. But when it tried to ape through AI the man, the difficulty of emotions. It is this emotion which guides our action. So if you create any technology, it's emotionless, is use going to be as disastrous as Hiroshima was. Hiroshima was one activity, but today there's an activity of the third day. Let me look at some of the lists, the huge list Government of India has prepared, which you utilize. There's an agri market, there's a Sugam Bharat, which you do. All websites are given. There's a criminal things, there are crop insurance, there's digital digital aims. You can secure your appointments, you can secure your medicines and things like that. So everything is possible. Now, one issue is Sir is raised, I'm just trying to flag that one. Now, when I look at ICT, they are the biggest culprit. Kindly go through this list. I'll try to highlight 2 points. Look at how much of greenhouse gases the ICT means. Okay. This talks about 2% of the world's total output of greenhouse gases. It's a huge amount. It's something like 10 gigatons are produced by the use of ICT. So that is a direct impact. And Sir has explained, I will not. But when I look at this, I have to create a balance. ICT use, they understand create a lot of greenhouse because of it. But there is an application part of ICT. And what is the balance? Balance is what I was doing otherwise in one way. Can I do it with less energy? Can I do it with lesser wastage? And that has been a contribution of ICT in terms of improving efficiency, in terms of improving productivity, and therefore in balance it appears that ICT is a friend of environmental system. Friends, I can go on this subject at length, but the fact remains that each technology brings its own perils. They support, we design them for our use, we believe that this will be done better, but we know the PM's concern on the fake things which are done. These are the repercussions of other technologies. We have AI doing wonderful things, but using chat GPT, young students are copying. Ethical standards are coming down. When I go and charge my battery of an electronic vehicle, the moment you plug in, all your information is available. People are now researching on areas in which how can you make life secure. ICT is supportive of digital India. Without it, smartness cannot come. In the gigantic volume of Smart India, already 8,000 projects in the country have been done. I think I must have that list here. Should I have? No. 8,000 projects in the country have done. 16 lakh crores have been spent. In each of them, the data produced because of IoT, not a single digital smart project run without IoT. Completely stripped. The sensors all over. Imagine the amount of data. When it dumped on the cloud, look at the challenges. Processing of data, the server, the amount of energy required. While it looks very, very interesting. You remember earlier, the doctor would look at you, touch few things and get your blood pressure, your pulse, everything's fine. Today you require continuous monitoring. It's not always necessary. It may be necessary for a patient who is in ICU, but it cannot be used for everything. So a judicious selection has to be made. Health is one area where IoT has been flagged into very heavily. But the end result is going to come. That even if you don't know, not required, your body will be completely stripped with lot of senses. You will become a moving robot. And you are checked by anybody else. Nobody knows your security. Please understand these are the challenges. Enormous investment by the government. AI is going to multiply the challenges further. One day speaking on AI for education, I said, evaluation will not be done by you, evaluation will be done by others. In fact, I went and saw that. In one of the universities which I visited very recently, the student write a copy, they scan the copy, send online, examiner check against the keywords. While education is in such a process where teacher knows whether a student is learning or not. Each of us who are a teacher here, I can assure you, each one of you know in the class of 60, which student is learning, which is not learning. But learning outcome is only determined by the examination paper. National Policy Education, therefore, cautions you that learning should be registered every day by a close interaction, your relationship with the students, but also says utilize ICT for education. In fact, with the whole section has been opened in the Government of India, like ICT, a body which regulates use of ICT in teaching learning. And teaching learning is nothing but large amount of data utilized in terms of text, in terms of pictures, in terms of clips to enrich teaching. There is no end to ICT application. It is required for country's growth. We are going to achieve 5 trillion economy next 2 years. There's no doubt. Contribution is enormous. The last challenge that to carry all these three elements, I require a manpower. Not a skilled manpower. Please don't remain in doubt that somebody who writes a program is the end of life. You can learn programming by yourself. Other day I met a gentleman who said he's doing some very wonderful things in terms of in the area of arts. And you know, he's an engineer and he's a filmmaker today. He's an IT graduate from Sars University IT from Delhi. He worked 5 years and he said he was not getting a kick. So he said, I want to learn making films. The most difficult part in films are editing. You can get a story, you can get other things. But editing has the right direction. And he said, utilizing the YouTube. And today he is a part of 4 big films. So support of ICT is a must. How clearly, correctly they will be developed is an issue of research. When first time the search engines were coming, one of our PhD students worked on the variety of search engines and how to make it very fast. Today Google is so fast. But difficulty with Google is that it suddenly gives you 1,000 pages. If I want to search on application of ICT in sustainability, I can get you 1,000 pages straight away. Who reads these 1,000 pages? If students are willing to read 1,000 pages, they will listen to the lecture of a teacher who is simplifying everything to you. So there is a gap to understand. There's a lot of things are there, but you must make out of it what it is. So can you make your tools more reliable? Can you make your tools to be too sharp so that instead of 1,000 things, I can get much closer and there's a less wastage. I wish this conference very best. I'm sure it's such an interesting topic. You can say enormous things, but once you understand it, the need of human being, now I'm changing word from demand to need. Work out your ICT for needs of society, the well-being and the happiness. If you could do that even one of the activity, I can transfer money like anything. Somebody 1,000 rupees was given on a card. When he came back at home, he realized that total income was only 6,000. So when you give money through a card, you don't realize that this money is 1,000 rupees. The way it goes out, the sensitivity of the money to spend. I'm not saying go back to your notes, but you must have a comprehension of what you're doing. That's one. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. As we draw the curtains of the International Conference on ICT for Digital, Smart and Sustainable Development 2024, it is our pleasure to announce the release of the conference proceedings. These proceedings encapsulate the wealth of knowledge, insights, and discussions serving as the valuable resource for further exploration and research in our respective fields. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to all the contributors, the speakers, presenters, and authors whose dedication and expertise have enriched this compilation. I request our esteemed panelists and conference secretaries, organizing secretaries, and joint secretaries to join the dignitaries on the dais for the release of the proceedings. I request our esteemed panelists to please join us for the release of the conference proceedings. I am honored to welcome Professor Dr. M. Afshar Alam Sir, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Jamia Hamdard, whose unwavering support and dynamic presence have been our guiding light. His profound wisdom has illuminated our path and fortified our endeavors. With great anticipation, we welcome Afshar Sir to share his presidential remarks, which undoubtedly will inspire and empower us further. Sir.
Good morning to all. The chief guest of today's international conference, Professor K. Agarwal sir, President South Asian University, New Delhi. The keynote address speaker, Professor D.P. Agarwal, the former chairman UPSC, New Delhi, and also our Executive Council member, Dr. Fareem Siddiqui, Dean of the school, Dr. Padi, the former Surveyor General of the country, head of the departments, dear teachers, delegates, and organizing team. It is honor and privilege to address this esteemed gathering at International Conference on Information and Communication Technology and Sustainable Development. In today's interconnected world, the ICT play a vital role in driving sustainable development across all sectors. These conferences provide a platform to explore how we can harness the power of ICT to address the most pressing challenges facing our planet. ICT has revolutionized the way we live, work, and communicate. It has the potential to transform economies, empower communities, and drive innovation. However, it also brings its own set of challenges, including digital divide, privacy concern, and environmental impact. As we strive to build a more sustainable future, it is imperative that we leverage ICT responsibly and ethically. One of the key areas where ICT can make a significant impact in achieving the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal by harnessing the power of ICT, we can enhance access to education, improve healthcare delivery, promote sustainable agriculture, and facilitate inclusive economic growth. The innovation in ICT, such as artificial intelligence, blockchain, and Internet of Things, hold a great promise for sustainable development. These technologies have the potential to revolutionize how we manage resources, respond to disasters, and address the climate change. However, it is essential that we ensure these technologies are deployed in a way that is inclusive, equitable, and sustainable.
Many universities have developed their online platform and adopted existing ones like Module, Coursera, or EDX to offer online courses, lectures, and study materials. These platforms facilitate the distance learning and provide flexibility to students. Indian universities are digitizing their libraries, providing access to e-books, academic journals, research papers, and multimedia resources online. These allow the students and researchers to access the vast era of material from anywhere. The Government of India has played a significant role in implementing the information and communication technology in education through various policies, initiatives, and programs. Some of the key roles in initiative including the National Digital Literacy Mission, National Mission for Education through ICT, Rashtriya Shiksha Abhiyan, RUSA, SWAM, that study web for active learning for a young aspiring mind, etc. As we discuss the role of ICT in sustainable development, we must also address the digital divide. Millions of people around the world still lack of access to a basic ICT services. Bridging the divide required a concerted effort from the governments, industry, and civil society to extend the access to affordable and reliable ICT infrastructure. I'm sure that the International Conference on ICT and Sustainable Development will provide you all the valuable opportunity to explore how ICT can be force for good in this world. We, by working together, we can harness the power of ICT to build a more sustainable, inclusive, and prosperous future for all. Thank you and Jai.
Thank you so much, sir. As we proceed, I extend the invitation to Dr. Shireen Zafar, the Conference Secretary, to deliver the vote of thanks.
The smile shows that it is all done, mashallah. It's an honor to me as Conference Secretary of ICIDSSD 24 to deliver the vote of thanks. On behalf of my Department of Computer Science and Engineering, School of Engineering Sciences and Technology, I cherish my hearty gratitude to Professor K.K. Agarwal, sir, President South Asian University, New Delhi, our chief guest, Professor D.P. Agarwal, former chairman of UPSC, as a keynote speaker. I thank Janab Hamad Ahmed Sahab, Honorable Chancellor Jamia Hamdard, Chief Patron of ICDSSD 24, Honorable Vice Chancellor Jamia Hamdard, Professor Dr. M. Afshar Alam sir, who is the backbone of not only Jamia Hamdard, but also of our conference. Professor Dr. Fareen Siddiqui, HOD and Dean SVST, who nurtured new ideas for our conference. I also thank our panelists, Dr. Jagdish Chand Bansal, Ramesh C. Padi, Dr. Urmila A. Patil, Dr. Marwa Wasim A. Halmi, and Dr. Gitanjali Yadav. We also extend special thanks to our sponsors, especially HNF, whose support added a new spark for the conference. Our other sponsors, Nubis, LearnZeal, Corepedia, IIT Bombay Spoken Tutorial, IIT Delhi Virtual Labs, ITOR, Universal Innovators, and if I missed. I would like to thank ICDSSD conference team, Dr. Imran Hussain, for his invaluable support from the day we started the preparation and continued. Our organizing secretaries, Dr. Richa Gupta ma'am, we had huge discussions. Ms. Gautami, my hosting partner from long times. Mr. Nafisur Rahman, Mr. Umair, joint secretaries, Dr. Siddharth Sankar Biswas, Mr. Piyush Kumar Gupta, Tabish Mufti, and Mr. Akil Khalid. I'm sure that the output of this conference will be benefit to the individual, society, and our country as well. A special thanks to all the faculty members of the department who are actively involved as session chairs, coordinators, and committee members of this event. SEST office staff, library team, computer center, and scholar house team. I would like to thank our dedicated student volunteer team. They really worked a lot, supported us a lot. Anhad, Prince, Abuzar, Zubair, Kef, to name a few, that each one has actually done their part beautifully and will continue in the upcoming 2 days. Each and every person of Jamia Hamdard family, thanks for your unconditional support. मंजिल अभी बाकी है मंजिल तलाश कर मिल जाएगी तुझको दरिया तू समुंदर तलाश कर शुक्रिया
As we come to the conclusion of the inaugural session of this conference, I request all to stand for the national anthem. and then join us for high tea. Thank you, everyone. I request all to join us for the high tea. After the high tea, we have an interesting panel discussion. I request all of you to please join us for the panel discussion after the high tea. Thank you, everyone.
some wrongdoing by the AI, who will be the responsible? Suppose just a very question like a self-driving car makes an accident, who will be the responsible? Who will be held responsible? I was teaching in my class, the Southeast University, I was teaching artificial neural networks. And in one of my class, a friend of legal studies came to my class and he said, "Sir, I want to attend your class." In class. I said, "Why are you going to attend AI?" Then he said, where I want to understand who will be held responsible. Who will be held, because law enforcement agency also legal law. And who will be held responsible if it is an accident by an autonomous vehicle, whether it is drone, robot, or a car? Who will be held responsible? Is it the algorithm developer who will be held responsible, or the owner, or the driver of the car? Who will be held responsible? So these kind of accuracy are coming on a daily basis. Of course, facial image processing, facial recognition system is one of the significant area of artificial intelligence where the ethical issues are significant. I think everyone must have heard about the news in US where the law enforcement agencies found that most of the time if there is a black face, they are a criminal. So the probability of it like 1% criminal is high. So is AI racist? Is AI sexist? What are the issues? These are the issues in the AI which are to be addressed before we really implement and we really 100% rely on the AI outcomes. Basically, I'm a student of mathematics, so I'm studying the artificial intelligence also. Both the things, after studying both the things, I realized that you will not be able to get 100% clarity, you will not be able to 100% rely on the AI outcomes because all the AI outcomes are more or less dependent on the probabilistic distribution. And whenever there is a probability include, you will not be able to get 100% clarity. Mathematical verification, mathematical justification may not be possible. Unless you have that, you may not get that the AI outcomes are 100% reliable. And what a new branch of AI is coming up, and we are talking about that, the explainable AI, XAI. Once we have an explainable AI, at least we will be able to understand if there is a wrongdoing, why it is, what are the mistakes it has done wrong, and this is the reason that the AI should be improved. With these words, I open the demonstration on the various issues, on the various SDG goals. Let's start with Hari on the
Thank you, Dr. Bansal. And
sorry to interrupt, sir. We can restrict our discussion to 10 to 12 minutes so that
Ah.
time we can.
yeah, 10 minutes. So, good afternoon, fellow panelists, Professor Agarwal, distinguished professors of the university, and the students of the university. And it is a pleasure, and I'm honored to be here to talk about artificial intelligence and its application in ICT for digital and sustainable development. So I was just thinking, because how do I start? I was thinking that I'll focus more on the application of artificial intelligence in the defense and a little bit on the civil side. The reason is the defense forces, the key is C4I2SR. C4I2SR. What is C for? Command, control, communication, computer, then information, surveillance, and reconnaissance. And if you see, everything gets covered into that. C4I2SR is a central theme in all our military strategy and tactical operation. If you look at the earlier days also,
the communications were, those days, of course, digital technology was not there. But communication and, and your information were the very key inputs. Because based on the information, intelligence takes place, and from the intelligence, we go for the operation. And communication, earlier it was through various channels. With the modern technology, with the digital technology, things have changed. Now, what has happened? The recent conflicts. So now I'll switch over to the recent conflicts, which has taken place in the Central West Asia, Israel and Iran, Israel and Gaza, that side, and then in Ukraine and Russia. We have all, you all have been hearing about the Iron Dome and all those things. These are nothing but all this technology is all AI driven. Now, AI plays a very central role in all military technologies. It is the, I can say, the heart of all military technologies. So, soldier ultimately has to fight, but the power comes from these AI-driven technologies. Now, in India, 2 years back, government has constituted two things. There is a Defense AI Council, which is headed by the Raksha Mantri. They are the policy, they make the policy framework. Then there is a defense AI projects. They have identified 75 projects. It's a very well documented project. These are the defense challenges. And if you see, all these things has to be AI driven. Now, let me give some examples. There are new ideas. You have seen swarm drones, I think, in Republic Day, they demonstrated. It's nothing but the drones powered by the AI. Then we have got the surveillance systems. So we keep getting inputs from satellites, from aircrafts, from ground-based surveillance systems like LOROS. Then your foot soldiers, they also collect information. So a lot of information keeps coming, huge lot of information. And it has to be processed and on real time. So time is a very prime constant. It is not that you get the data and process it much later. So it has to be real time. So the artificial intelligence, it helps in processing the data very quickly and it disseminates the information on real time. It's a very big thing. There is another important thing which you have recently, because I am connecting with the real ground situation. The Iran fired lot many drones, swarm drones and all, and it was neutralized. How it happened? There is something called LAWS, LAWS, lethal, uh, uh, lethal ammunition welfare system. Okay, so basically this lethal automated ammunition system. Sorry, I was forgetting that particular. Lethal automated weapon system. Now, whenever this, because we have to also clearly, we have to identify the targets, enemy targets, on real time and utilize them. So time is a constant. Let us say the enemy swarm drones are coming. We have to identify. So the moment it is the radar identifies, we have got the sensors which identifies, and then this has to be either we go for the soft kill or hard kill. So there are two methods: soft kill, you jam their navigation system, you jam their communication system. Hard kill, you fire at them. So this lethal automated weapon system, it does that neutralization. That is what it happened. So when it talks about the air defense, this is one other thing. So if I talk about the artificial intelligence in the defense forces, it is endless. Like your minefield detection and then neutralization, then your robots, then we have got the logistic system, because army, as you know, it is a nation within a nation. So you name anything and everything which is there. We have got the infantry, we have got the artillery, we have got the armored corps, we have got the engineers, we have got the medical corps, we have got the supply corps, we have got the ordnance corps. They all have got very specific role. And then enemy is one, so army, navy and air force, they all have to work together. It has to be connected. So that is why we always talk about the net-centric warfare. So net-centric warfare is powered by, again, artificial intelligence. So if you see, so the artificial intelligence is a central technology in military warfare. Now comes the ethics part of it. Once I, you know, uh, uh, once I have spoken about the importance of artificial technology, because if I talk about those technologies, 75 will be too long. But we have now understood that artificial technology is very important. Now the ethics. Now what happens? Let us say border surveillance system. Now we all know that the intruders are coming, and we have got so many surveillance systems operating in border. We have got the ground-based DOROS. We have got these your images which is coming from the drones, coming from the satellites, coming from the aircraft, and from various sources. Even so, each and every movement of the enemy has been that algorithm has been devised. Like if he's crawling, if he's face recognition. So everything, each and every activity of the enemy is there. Now, the firing also will be, the moment it is detected, it has to be automated. Now, the thing is that there is something called a friendly fire. Sometimes, because it doesn't have a mind, that is the basic difference between an artificial intelligence and human intelligence. So, based on the algorithm and based on the data on which it has been developed, so what will happen? He will, the moment he thinks that it is an enemy target, it will shoot. So if it is a friendly, let us say it is my own man or my own vehicle which is moving, so that becomes the target. So here comes the ethics. Because the data, if that it has got a, if that data validation, because so much of data is coming, data validation, authenticity, and if, to verify whether the data is corrupted or not, is a very important challenge. And thereafter the algorithm has to be, again, algorithm is what is based on our own perception. So we have written, okay, uh, everything is written by they saying, okay, this, that, this, everything yes and no. So your system understands that only. Now that mistakes can play a lot much of damage. Even it can fire at your own aircraft, because suppose it recognizes wrongly, or if the enemy sends an aircraft as a dummy aircraft which looks alike, that will be a problem. If the enemy sends soldiers or some equipment, what we use, there will be a problem. So if you see, this is just one example which I said, face recognition and identification of this. Similarly, we have got, because everything we are relying on the technology. Something goes wrong, just like even in the medical science, when you are using artificial intelligence, suppose there is something biased data is there and something goes wrong, then the doctor has to be blamed. But the technology was AI intelligence, so their ethics comes. Recently, I heard a lecture by the Chief Justice of India. Very interesting topic. He has spoken artificial intelligence in legal. Very recently, I think 14th of April this month, I think about a week back, I was reading that thing. It came in the newspaper. He said, we cannot avoid artificial intelligence. It has to be there. And it has also in India, the real-time translation of judgments in various languages. India is a multilingual country, we know, and so the judgment comes in English, it has to be translated in Hindi, Tamil, Telugu, Odia, Bengali, and so on. On real time, it is artificial intelligence is doing. And there is no problem there. But if there is a bias, because I remember when I got commissioned during my YO's days, the instructor he told me, your every signature is very important because it is benefiting somebody, it is also creating problem for somebody. So this side is benefited, but this side there is some problem for him. So your judgment has to be without any bias. Similarly, in legal system, let us say if there is some bias, if the data is not proper, So there will be something called hallucination because of, so all those terminologies you are using, and if you read that article, very clearly he said that technology we have to adopt. But at the same time, we need lot of data, and then there has to be a third-party agency or third-party organization which verifies the data. The most interesting thing is that now, as I said, artificial intelligence has got applications in different civil sector in every walk of life. And everybody has recognized the importance of researchers at academic institutions. Because that is why I just want to link it up with Hamdard University. This department is an excellent department, and in NIFR ranking, Hamdard University is in top of the hierarchy. And you have got very vibrant and enthusiastic teachers and students. And if you look at the various problems and challenges and the opportunities which artificial intelligence provides, and if that is properly utilized, so there is no dearth of areas where we all can work together. Okay. Sorry, since time is limited, maybe later on I'll this thing. But as I said, we all can work together. You need the teachers, we need the students, we need the military personnel, we need the civilian professionals who are stakeholders, and also the industry. All together, we can create a great ecosystem which will be very good for our national economy, and we can increase our potential, and we can demonstrate that we are the superpower in the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bali, for the various technological aspects of AI to study. And thank you, sir. I'm working in a post-graduate project. The system is not measured in value. I think the EU just yesterday had announced that by 2026 they will start the Delhi to Noida, the drone taxi. I'm not sure if this autonomous, if it is autonomous, definitely there are situations and we need to research here on those. The next analyst is Professor Rahul. Professor Rahul is going to speak on the environmental aspects of AI, how the AI can be beneficial in terms of the environmental aspects of we can help and of course it also please speak on the privacy related issues also.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here and be able to share my insight on AI and how we will make use of AI possible that we can be and also be aware of the limitations and also the risk of AI. So the topics on the ethics of AI for sustainable development is very important and it's very hard. 2015, when the United Nations set the 2030 Sustainable Development Strategy and formulated with the help of all the partners the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, with the intention that this would be a framework for creating a better and sustainable future for everyone. They actually didn't have in mind that we are now in the era of big data and AI. So now we have to figure out how can we deal with this challenge, which is very promising at one aspect and also very challenging in another. Studies actually didn't make a lot in terms of studying the impact of AI when it comes for achieving sustainable development goals. It is still in the infancy period. But there are a few studies actually who try to just measure and assess how can we just, formulate and find if AI could help us as a human being and as a whole society for achieving this sustainable development goals. What they found in one of these studies actually that if we define these sustainable development goals in six dimensions, one is related to the environment, one is related to society, one is related to economy. We have to find out how these actually AI tools will help us achieve the sustainable development to just include all of these three dimensions. But they found that the sustainable development goal actually could be achieved through AI tools perfectly in most of these aspects. But they found also that AI could hinder us from achieving some of the goals. We know that for the sustainable development goals, the key ones, we have about 159 targets. We found that out of this, 128 would be actually achieved through AI. And the AI would help us achieve these goals. While we have about 58 would be hindered. And, to some extent, we prohibited because of AI. When it comes to the environment, actually, we found that the positive impact of AI on achieving sustainable development goal focusing on the environment would be higher, followed by society and then economy, which is so surprising because AI actually is very promising when it comes to economy. But this is what we found in this study. On the other hand, we found that AI would actually be cause of negative impact when it comes to achieving sustainable development goals, when it comes to environment, and also society and economy. So we have to think about compromising. How could we use AI to maintain the good of it for the society, for the environment, and also for the economy? I would like to focus more on the environment because this is my specialty. And actually, I have the pleasure of using AI tools in my study. So I can see firsthand how we can use AI to help us as environmentalists in our studies. So AI provided us with tools that will help us see the whole planet and collect information about the whole planet and we be able to monitor different areas of the system that help us as environmentalists and people who are caring about the environment to just set areas of operation, help identify where we have degradation. So this is very beneficial, and also for those who are working in terms of conservation of nature. Now we have AI tools that will help us identify endangered species, like the white ants that you see now, that could be used by researchers in the field to just help them identify species, which is very cumbersome, effort to be done by researchers in the field. Now AI tool will help you do that. Also, we have now, plenty of solar energy that we could use, which is also a need for specific tools that help us to analyze it. So AI provides us with the tools that help us to collect the data and also to analyze the data. They are very valuable. So from that aspect, AI has been very helpful. But we have to be mindful also that AI, as a computational part of AI, needs also energy. On that side, the footprint of the tools and facilities using AI and relying on the computation power of these tools are actually consuming so much energy. And this is, the controversy. From one side, it is helping us, and from the other side, it's just creating a large footprint of energy. So we have to just, figure out how could we just make use of the usage and try to minimize the energy consumption as much as we can. But this is not all yet. When we about the impact of AI on society, we could see very positive things, but also we could see some challenging issues when it comes to the rights the tools that use the fish recognition. How could we just make sure that these are not biased towards women and towards minorities? Of course, now we have to make sure that those who are developing these tools are mindful of the risk of these tools. And they have to make sure that they will rely on specific standards and regulations that take into account bias and inequality. You would say that sometimes when you apply this tool. Okay. So I would finish my words by saying that still we are in the focus towards formulating for us as a society ways to use AI. And the European Community has been arguing that they are actually researching the AI Act, which is a form of regulation, regulation that deals with how we use AI in different aspects of life. So I think all societies now need to think about how we build the standards and rules and regulations that maintain that these tools are not biased and they are taking into account the social consequences of these. Thank you so much.
Next, I use Professor we have I request of the kids AI tools. Please.
First of all, I would like to thank organizers of this conference, Jamia JSU, the organizers, all the faculty members, and most importantly, all the student participants. The panel discussion is for the young student participants who are actually working in the area of AI and are trying to develop the systems with the various applications. And this panel discussion is related to the upcoming future of the world, I would say. In my speech, I would like to cover basically AI, then what are the ethical issues, and how in the history development or achievement this is going to help. The definition of AI, there are many, but one which I would like to discuss with you is that artificial intelligence is the study of how to make computers open things at which at the moment people are better. So it is something like creating a machine world in the human world. That is what we are trying to do with the AI. I remember one thing when I read about the AI, always this comes to my mind. This is not the newest thing happening in this world. But earlier also, when in Puranas it is said that Parveshir, Vishwamitra, he had some debate with Brahma, who is considered as the creator of this world. So after debate, Vishwamitra has said that he will create the Srishti. So for the Prati Srishti, which is the replica of the living world created by Brahma, he tried to create donkey and horse, and he created a donkey. So this kind of things have happened in the earlier world as well. So similarly in the AI, I guess that the things are going to get created in this manner. Obviously, there are positive things and negative things as well. When we are thinking about the document, so in comparison with the cost, even if it is given very less the same, like when we are considering the repeated work, the document is favored as compared to the houses. So similar to the AI, when we are developing the AI system, there are four main steps. There is planning, then concept knowledge and reasoning. Next is learning in AI, and the last one is the communication. communication, and the robotics for the implementation of AI. In all of these steps, there are many issues which need to be taken care of for the fruitful development of the system, which will be beneficial to the humankind. Now, the latest news which I have read about the AI is, as Elon Musk has said previously, AI will be smarter than any human being by the date of 2025. So it is just not even 1 year ahead. But the recent news which has been published about the same statement by Neil Watson, who is an AI expert and physicist, she said that this prediction will still come true by 2025. So the machine world is not far away from our world. Watson, who is the author of the famous book Taming the Machine, typically harness the power of AI. She described the superhuman AI as a system that far exceeds human capabilities. So by possessing this extraordinary capabilities, and AI poses significant risks, including its potential to deceive humans, influence society profoundly by creating new cultures or even religions, and posing existential threats if it perceives humanity as a hazard. The newly award winner, Joshua Bengio, who is considered as the godfather of AI, he has signed an open letter warning the venture, in which it poses Borat's initiative and serious attention, where he has mentioned that we call on governments worldwide to actively respond to the potentially catastrophic risks posed by advanced AI systems to humanity, encompassing threats from misuse, systemic risks, and loss of control. It has even stated that we must act now to ensure AI is developed safely and responsibly for the betterment of all humanity. The ethical issues, the next point is what are the ethical issues in AI when we are considering this potential threats from the AI? There are bias and fairness, privacy concerns, next is accountability and transparency, job displacement and economic inequality, and ensuring security and robustness. Now, next coming to various ethical issues. Now we will consider how AI can be used for the achieving SDGs. As such as already said, by 2030 we are supposed to achieve the goals of the SDGs. That it is not far away, and now we are considering as per this experts and the Elon Musk statement that by 2025 majority of the area sectors will be taken by AI. So there will be no other choice for the achievement of SDGs but to use the AI for the early achievement of these goals. Now there are 70 goals and 169 targets in this 2030 agenda for the sustainable development. For this, we can perceive or we can consider the AI as a software technology with certain capabilities like perception. So perception through audio, video, textual as well as tactile, decision making capabilities, prediction, automatic knowledge, extraction and pattern recognition, and interactive communication and logical reasoning. So with this capabilities of AI, definitely we can use it for the SDGs. The study says that the AI can act as the enabler for 134 targets, which is around 79% of total 169 targets of SDGs. And through the technological improvement, which can allow to overcome certain present limitations in the achievement of the goals. However, there are 59 targets, which is about 35%, may experience a negative impact from the development of AI. So there are certain targets which have both positive as well as negative impact of AI. As my co-panelist has said, the SDGs have been broadly categorized in three classes. society-related SDGs, economy-related SDGs, and environmental-related SDGs. When we are considering AI with respect to the society-related SDGs, there are around 67 targets which can be achieved or for which the AI can act as an enabler. So these SDGs are generally SDG 1, no poverty, then quality education, clean water, healthcare for all, affordable and clean energy, and sustainable cities. So through the development of smart cities, smart appliances, smart healthcare, autonomous e-vehicles and smart grids, these goals can be achieved. The problem with this or the negative impact which can happen is the AI technologies are unevenly distributed. So complex AI enhanced agriculture equipments may not be available for the farmers who are living in the remote areas of the world. So there will be some areas where the AI applications will be helping and the production may be larger, but this may not reach to the remote areas and for which the even distribution of AI technology and development all over the globe needs to be considered. There is another important shortcoming of AI with respect to the gender equality. The study has shown that the AI algorithms uncritically trained on the regular news articles, they have reproduced the data or they have done it in such a manner that they are biased or against the women and girls. So this kind of errors happen. For the economy related SDGs, 42 targets have they get benefited, whereas 20 targets can have negative impact. So we can really have the positive impact on the economic growth because of the online sales marketing and the techniques that have been used, considering the customized advertisement for the different people, different consumers, considering the human behavior. Obviously, this creates a bias in the data. For the AI and environmental related SDGs, there are three main SDGs which are related to the environment. 13, 14, and 15 related to the climate action, life below water, and life of the land. Among these three SDGs, 25% targets can be achieved through the AI. So remaining 75% as man said rightly can have the mixed impact or the negative impact with respect to the AI. The increased access to AI-related information of the ecosystem may cause exploitation of the resources, and even in the future, the misuse can happen. So this is how I have tried to give the overview about how the AI can be used for the achievement of different SDGs with respect to the positive and negative impact and mixed impact. So thank you so much for taking this.
For discussing the different aspects, goals, and where they can be used. Of course, all the SDGs cannot be achieved only by the AI. AI really just to achieve certain goals, or even in each goal it can contribute in some way. Uh, Actually, before I go to the next topics, I just want to raise another question to all the people here that we really require this much AI. Do we really want to raise a generation besides the research papers in chat who is not sufficient strong to struggle with if a newborn baby is survived because of the nursery, because of the doctors, not into the natural environment, if he always requires a medical attention, he always requires these kind of technology in development. In survival of the human beings, are we really raising a generation which can contribute to the earth, which can contribute to this planet, or can we we remain this much strong for the next 200 years or 300 years if we, in our next generation, we all decide. So, of course, technological development is okay to support the current generation, but to support the generation which is not going to survive and still with the help of technology, if we are giving them life, if we are giving them to make survive, really is really required. I'm not the person to say that yes or no. It's an open question. Anybody can comment, please. Agarwal, say something on this. Next panelist is Mr. Yadav.
Thank you very much. I see that there are audience members here who have comments to give, and I want to, after this session, relevant that you asked me. Thank you very much for having me. Also, I am a data scientist. I work in research and the European Union properly, as well as with this in the USA, and we are entirely focusing on AI. And more recently, there have been a lot of ethical issues being raised about regulations around the AI that we are developing. What I find wonderful about today's conference and conversations we are having here is that truly we are able to talk across silos. AI allows us to meet people from other subjects as we never did before. I am a biologist. I work on climate and biodiversity and human wildlife conflict. But I equally am very happy to have met today students and teachers from the Justice and Law Department, from the Pharmacy Department, toxicology, and ICT, of course. And that shows that all of us are very, very keen to understand the integration between, AI, ethics, sustainable development goals, and the society. The UN Secretary General, these SDGs were established in 2020. Last year, the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, he said that we failed the SDGs. More than half of the SDGs are so weak, progress many of these after 20 years or more than 20 years. And at the midpoint of where we want to reach the 2030 goal, one-third of the SDGs is simply going backwards and reversing. So what is it that is preventing us? How is it that each one of you, me, us, citizens, farmers, workers, can do something to bring out and make the SDGs a successful society? Antonio Guterres, the UN Secretary General, said that the solution is technology. The solution is AI. And if that is so, then we might as well start to work more consciously about how we can make use of AI. You are already using AI every day in everything you do, shopping, movies, decisions, friends, Insta, DPs, everything is AI. Why not use it in science? I shouldn't be saying this here because I have my own interns now from your colleagues. Many of you are really interested in what student Kamran is here. Kamran has taken the climate justice climate justice, the Ministry of Justice has made data so inaccessible. Even though it is the only country where all the data on judiciary is available, we can't access that data because it is all touch. But Kamran was able to write a code, and you'll see one of your colleagues, one of your student friends, Abdullah Shafi, they put an AI that does deep learning for computer vision, and they're able to open the capture and they're able to get all the data together. Now the question arises, is it ethical to be extracting and scraping data out of websites like this? This is the point I would love to talk to you about and hear from you. Do you think this is successful? This is ethical. There is also a huge amount of human wildlife conflict happening here with the forest department, the COVID-19 reserve. Tigers moving to buffer zones, baby cattle, the villagers kill the tiger, the water tigers, that's a big Jamaica and India, a big scandal. Can AI help with this? Yes. The camera trap data. For the last 10 number of years, we have camera trap creators, and one of your students work with us as an intern and do camera trap data, AI on computer vision and help to model the movement of the tigers so that the forest department can protect the tigers so that the villagers can be protected. Come join us, we have to work on this together. There's also AI over text, and you can forget my points. But there's so much humans can only use I think it's a pleasure for me to be here today, to be able to meet all of you. I would love to talk to you at this time for this conference. And there's so much. If you're interested, come and join us on Monday for an introduction. Come up with a question that you're interested in. I'm sure you can use AI. Explainable AI that already using mathematical existence. We are trying to make mathematical tutorial courses where they are very strange, particularly for rating calculations. Explainable AI is allowing us to find out what proportion of the genome of these people, these strains, is the ones that is responsible for antibiotic resistance. 16 or 17 different kinds of antibiotic resistance are available to us. You don't need to be a biologist or a genomicist to understand tech. And if you're a technologist, you can go across boundaries of all these subjects and do something useful for society. It's not just being in our little boxes, little rooms, little classrooms, little ideas, little subjects. It's all across and do true interdisciplinary work to make this true. I want to close with a very nice sentence that I found somewhere that, the need to promote, develop the fundamental human values and rights can truly be met through our increasingly, exponentially increasingly digitized societies through technology, through AI technology. Let's try to make a positive thing, bring in the right kinds of AI regulations. So there's so many issues comes to this so that we can avoid those. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Yadav, for this exciting talk, for exciting views on AI and the possible applications. Yes, I read a book, 21 Lessons for Vision. I really must have about it. Very famous book by Yuval Harari, and he's always talking about the AI doctor, and he has emphasized that in the 21st century, the most important application of AI will be in the biological sciences, in the medical sciences. And yes, this is the place where we require AI very much. This is also the place where we require ethics also very much. This is the most important topic here, that if your privacy of your data, the reliability of the AI doctor, whenever we visit to a doctor, we rely on that. But the reliability of it on AI doctor, reliability of data, whatever is providing, because whatever decisions AI is taking is the clinic. So, this is a funny question, and I just wanted to directly mention that explainable AI is the solution. Where both research, both exploration is required. Let's talk about candidates. If you have any comments from the audience, we can discuss further and speak on the ethics or the question that I mentioned. And for this, for Professor Yadav, that we really require this much AI. The human society was still there and ready to support, and we will be there, but we will really be that strong after 200 years or 300 years if the weaker humans will survive due to the help of AI, due to the help of technology. Yeah. And those is open for the discussion. Can somebody pass on the mic? Yeah. Can you please introduce yourself?
Hello. Yeah. Hi, I'm Mia from Germany. The question that Vish sir has quoted that I think AI is not a threat and student will might get down because of ChatGPT, but they will not really success in their life. I'll go on to that because of that AI and we are using it in basis are weak AI and not strong AI. So weak AI is also very highly human derived. Many things that data that it's taking are from the human and it's highly influenced by which body is making it, which institute is making it, and they add their bias into that. But it's not really gonna be a threat because I'm using AI in my daily life as a teacher, as a researcher. It really, it's about being mindful. Even many technologies has come throughout past 50 years. We are in the generation of industrial revolution. So everybody thought that an industry will come, like who will do the labor? How the human do the labor. Then from the lucky engine to the have automated engine. We always feel that these kind of trends will be coming, but it's about being mindful. Ethics need to be regulated and has to be regulated, and I think right now there is also a big generation gap between you and us because I'm coming as in my 20s. I have different perspective towards the land, and obviously you will have different perspective. You can maybe work towards the ethics, and we can work towards the technology. We should also communicate and understand like why we are behind this issue, why we cannot work towards these goals. So AI is not a threat. It should be mindfully and easily regulated. And I would encourage students to use ChatGPT because even many people are born with iPads and mobile phones, but not everybody can program computers. If I give PC half of the computer science student cannot really better. Sure. So that's why I say for me, I would say it's not a trend. Currently, the AI is also big AI in the market, which is generally used, and we can really not only talk but work towards to make it better. Thank you. Thank you. That's it. Science, or social science and everything has to be present in part of this. I have to basically mention what the other said. Our approaches towards societal benefit and healthcare. You're wanting to benefit from the assets that you achieve. But how about the accountability and security of those assets that you generate? That is also a very big challenge. I'm an aspirational, what we call, scientist. I wanted to do all that. Why not? My arms are do that. But having said what Dr. Govinda said, I would like to collect both these and then achieve my target rather than fall on my knees and beg for these. Thank you so much. Thank you. One thing it's not being said. I would like just to raise one issue. The human social media and how AI is influencing what we see. Okay? This is very serious thing that we have to be mindful because this is connecting to our society. And we can see what happened in the United States and the elections in the United States. I'm sure in other places. So we have to acknowledge this. I understand that AI are creating opportunities and everything, but we have to be mindful also that beside creating opportunities, we are also ranking who are giving the beneficial. Like now, when we speak about creating jobs, yes, AI is creating jobs, but this will be selected only for those who have the skills for that. So we need to be sure about how can we create societies that equitable for everyone. And we need to understand that there are some issues that we have to be addressed when it comes to it. So yes, I understand that everyone is skeptical about the technology and new technology. I'm not going to but as you mentioned, we have to think about education and AI use should be regulated.
So why can't we think about planets? It is a simple idea that generates in my mind. So at a single given time, I'm like to know that okay, what's the health status of this particular part of India, say China, the something like that.
It's a good idea, but now we have to think about collecting data and who would have access to this data and who would benefit from it. Because it's a good idea. I'm not against it, but we have to think about it.
Anybody else? Or we can Yeah, hi, everyone. Ahmed from Bangladesh. Actually, I'm not denying that AI is good, unethical, but there is no harm with citation of reference, first thing. Secondly, lot of paperwork can be reduced. Apart from the way of presenting data, of course, creative idea of researcher remain, without facility, you have to take care of a lot of things. We cannot deny that without doing that, otherwise definitely going to succeed. Anyway, you have to understand this thing. Nowadays, scenario has been changed, and AI is somewhere, is already done with us. You cannot say that we are becoming unethical. You have to be justification. There is no harm. Many platforms ask you that do the references, do everything to get credit to ChatGPT. And things which are using it as a part of the research. I think that is somewhere important. So, thank you. I just media and it's a media dependency. In media dependency, say that the one vector can be expressed in the media combination of ChatGPT actually has whatever the outcome you are getting, it is a combination of the inputs, whatever you are giving there. So, if anything you are projecting research by the ChatGPT, how you can say that it is a human? So, whatever the outcome that you are presenting, the ChatGPT, whether it is reference, whether it is referred or not, it is actually already existing. So, it is not a new research. The new research can be done only with the cognitive intelligence, and the cognitive intelligence only the humans can have. So, in my opinion, the ChatGPT cannot replace the researchers. However, different cognitive intelligence. True, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you everyone for joining us on this knowledgeable ride. No event is complete without expressing gratitude towards those who make it successful. Therefore, I would now request Mr. Piyush Kumar Gupta, Assistant Professor, Department of Computer Science Engineering, to give a vote of thanks.
Colleagues and Shah and Ms. Gautami are to express our views. Inspired by the professor. Panelists, Dr. Marwa Wasim Halmi, Associate Professor at Alexandria University, Egypt. Professor Dr. Urmila Patil, Dean, Academics and IPAC Coordinator, DY Patil, Institute of Technology, Pune. Additional Surveyor General of India, Ramesh Chandra, Senior Vice President, Research and Development, IG Drones. Dr. Gitanjali Yadav, Scientist, NIPGR. Dr. Jagdish Chandra Bansal, Associate Professor and Acting Director, ICT, South Asian University, New Delhi. Thank you all experts of the fields. Your expertise, insights, and thought-provoking perspective have illuminated the complex landscape of AI ethics and its implication for sustainable development. Your commitment to the advancing ethical principle in AI is truly commendable. Your presence has elevated the occasion to new heights. Your wisdom and inspiration have enriched our minds and fueled our passion to learn and progress in the field of AI. We also extend our heartfelt gratitude to Dean Professor Dr. Fareen Siddiqui, whose dedication has been instrumental in shaping the academic excellence of our department. With deep gratitude and renowned determination, let us embark on this journey towards a future where AI empowers us to achieve the sustainable development goals, leaving a legacy of hope and progress for generations to come. With hearts full of gratitude and minds buzzing with inspiration, let us embrace the future with open arms, knowing that together anything is possible. Thank you once again, and until we meet again, let the journey continue. Thank you all.
As we move towards the end of our session, we come to the realization that knowledge indeed has no end. With this note and promise to keep this lamp lit with knowledge, we come to end of the session. Thank you everyone for their presence and knowledge.
Photograph.
उर्मिला मैम का वो बैग है उठा के लाओ। नहीं नहीं, पहले उर्मिला मैम का बैग उठा के लाओ। इससे जा रही है वो पहले में भी नहीं आई। पहले तो पूरे मैम यहाँ आफ्टर लंच है। सेशन 2:30 से स्टार्ट है।
हमें कुछ 2:30 का सेशन से रखना है वो
हेलो
2:30 नहीं, कुछ नहीं, बस प्रेजेंटेशन होंगे। हाँ, आप लंच कर लिएगा। वो तो वो जो आएंगे टीचर्स देंगे। ये सब दे देंगे। एक तो पब्लिक वाले Oh, geospatial studies. Oh, the satellite.
What?
you.